Hello, hello. All right, let's continue. So yeah, since last time, you could see here that I made some changes with AI to implement logical and an or. I actually trusted AI with this a little bit more. One second. Okay. So, yeah, it made a bunch of changes and helped me make it a little bit more robust, I would say. So it's, I mean, according to AI now, we've got a bunch of tests here. So I want to check to see. We've got the runtime regression. I'm not sure how much this covers. This just covers, like, I don't know. I mean, the name runtime regression is so random. It's so general. But I would like to check nested capture if... Right, so it tested things like this. And, you know, it's pretty cool that we can do things like this now. You can have if here. Just like you can in Bash, basically, you can have like an if and then a command. And if the command succeeds, you would go into the this part, or else you would go in here. We don't have negation yet. I would like that to be added as well. But for now, I am gonna add this. Oh my god, it's lagging a lot. I'm not sure why it's lagging so much. Hello Penguin, welcome back. What's up, what's up? Alright, alright. What is actually lagging so much? I mean, it is... Linux is lagging. Runic LSP is taking up a lot of... Okay, let's take... Oh, come on. It's these things. And I will... kill those. There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I will say like implemented logical and or standard IO capturing paths. Exit code as a Boolean value. All right. So we got that now. I think this works. I mean, yeah. Cool. All right, and then AI was basically, yeah, it wrote some tests for that. So yeah, that's done now. Great. So this is actually done. That's really nice. What else did we wanna have? I mean, I think the only thing is like redirections now. I think maybe we'll add also unary, like negation, Boolean negation, which is a unary operator exclamation mark, which we actually don't really have for... Maybe we'll try to implement this ourselves. We don't have a parser for it, so that is, the parsing is probably the most, well, I'm actually a little bit, wait, what the hell? No, not you. There we go. Not sure exactly where this fits in. I mean, it's gonna be at the start of an expression, basically. So if you go to compile expression, no, parse expression, sorry. It's going to be like, I think we're gonna check if it's a unary expression. So let's go here, and I think I will just parse maybe unary expression. And we'll peek. So we'll peek, and then we'll check if next is unary operator. Actually, we could get it out here. And then well, let's say we have it, and the only thing we have right now is the negation. Now we got the unary operator, and then the right hand side would be some, you know, parse expression. So right hand side. Why is that not working? What is happening here? Look at this syntax over here. Syntax highlighting. Somewhere I think there's a weird syntax thing. Okay, well, anyway. Yeah, I should move this above this one. Yeah. So we get the next. Actually, if we're in here, we actually need to consume this then. So we'll just do that. So we got the right hand side, and we basically just return an expression which is a unary. The operator is, oh wait, I know what's going on. This looks really weird. This is actually the operator. There we go. Oops. Yeah, that's the operator. See what happens when you use AI for a bit and then you go back and you're like all over the place. And the operand is going to be the right hand side, and the span is going to be next span and at right hand side span. All right, there we go. Otherwise, if we're down here, we don't have a unary operator. So we'll return null. We don't need a snapshot. I guess if this is a unary operator, if this is like not an expression, that is going to be weird then. It could also be that the unary operator shares things without, like, you know, the numeric negator, like a minus sign, which we don't really have right now. The only thing we have right now is the bang operator, or yeah, for Boolean logic basically. One second here. Okay, so what are we doing? Right, so we want to implement this one, unary. And let's just return. Wait. You know what? Maybe this is not the correct place. Maybe this is the correct place. From token. If this is a bang, then we should return a logical not. Yeah, let's do that instead. So instead we'll do like AST unary operator from token next, and if we get this, it's a unary operator. There we go. And this would support any kind of unary operation, so we're basically done with, I think, this. I mean, as I said, like if we have, you know, if you have a thing like this, like -5, this is also a unary operator. However, it's kind of weird. Like, would you allow this expression here? I think that it's kind of baked into the. It might be that you could bake it into the token instead of having it be a unary operator that negates. Although you could still have, you know, a variable like this. That would be a proper negation. I mean, I guess we would support this. Maybe it just looks weird. I don't know. You usually just have it right by the thing. Like, is this supported? Yeah, I guess. Okay. I mean, I guess, why wouldn't it be? It just, I don't know. It just, there's something in my brain that kind of feels like that should be wrong. There's something wrong with that. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so anyway, this would be supporting the bang operator. Now, my first instinct was to, hey, let's ask AI to like implement unary operators, but I really wanna, I just wanna do it myself right now. We have to do something ourselves. So we got the unary expression function. Now we'll go back to parse expression again. And my idea is to put it over here, so it would have a higher precedence than the binary expression, because the binary expression doesn't really look at the unary operator, but the unary operator comes first, so we'll have it first. If we get a unary expression, that trumps the binary expression. Sorry for the... Anyway, so unary expression, we return that. Funnily enough, you could actually rewrite this like this: parse unary, or else parse maybe binary, or else parse primary. That would be the same. I'm not sure if this is, like, it depends. If you only had 2 branches, maybe this would be better. Now we have like 3. I don't know. It really doesn't. It really doesn't matter that much. I like to compare, you know, different ways of doing things. All right. So now we should be able to parse unary expressions. Let's go. Let's try unary. So let's say we have, you know, something that is true, and we'll echo that out. Or we can just say it's not B. We'll echo it out. So this won't run, of course, because we have unsupported expression in the type checker. Okay, but what we want to do is I want to check the AST here. So this would be unary, so that we actually get the correct expression. There we go. So we have the unary printing not implemented. Okay, sure. Let's just do the printing thing. Printing not implemented. There should be like render expression. Here we go. Where's the binary? I'll put it beside the binary here. Unary. Alright, let's just copy binary, because it's probably have the same same structure here, except this is the operand. We only have one operand. There we go. So if we run this again, we will get a unary with operator logical not. Operand is a call. I mean, okay, it's an identifier. It's a standalone identifier. It's actually not a call. We should be able to actually semantically know this at this point, if I'm using the correct term, because we should. I mean, yeah, we could actually. I'm not sure if this is the parser. The reason why we have this as a call is that anything that is an identifier that is not declared is an executable that we want to call. So that's why this is like a call expression, and then later we resolve it to be referring to the to the variable b. Welcome back, Penguin. How's your sports going? I mean, I'm laughing a little bit because you never answer my questions. I'm not sure if you even can hear me. But yeah. Let's see. I hope it's going okay. Okay. All right. So, let's see. All right, so we got the unary parsed. I'm gonna check the type checker because there is like, and then run expression. This would be at the binary, so let's do unary, run unary. These are very simple. It's basically just checking every expression to see that there's no type errors. Unary expression and unary operand. Yeah, you can see it's also not really implemented as well. So we're not really checking also, like, is this operand actually legal for this type? So I will add checking operator compat or operator type support, I guess. I don't know, type compatibility. Compatibility. Okay. And you are basically not used, so we'll just wait. Okay, so we can resolve the time. Okay, well. Okay, so now we should actually get past that thing. What was it? Unary? Okay, so it actually works. It just works because we already implemented compiling unary expressions and evaluating unary expressions, because we did that in the last feature, which was the logical and or operators, which actually it didn't require. Well, it required negation of Boolean values. And so it was like internally implemented, but you couldn't actually write negation yourself, like in the script, in the language. But now we actually, it actually is already implemented. So there you go. Like, let's say we have like if. Is it like, can you say test is an actual thing? So what? Let's say you want to test for server log. That is true, but if we do that, and that is false. So basically we have a file called server log, test file, and so you test f. So I want to try this one. It's basically using this to check if server.log exists. If it exists, then we go into the else branch, server.log exists, else server.log does not exist. And then we run that, and it does exist. Okay. Oh man, I just realized something. What if you wanted arguments in Runic, like from the main process arguments? Maybe we need to. Maybe that is also MVP. Man, I'm scope creeping now. Yeah, I just wanted to fix that. Or can you read from somehow? Is there I guess you could cat. We could cat. Can you like say cat until we get a like it aborts at like new line, for example. Number. Because then we could use cat to read from standard in. I mean, okay, I'll just ask AI, is there any executable we could use that would read one line bash, read one line and output that to standard out. This is the new Stack Overflow here. Yes, in bash, read can do that. Read line printf. Okay. But, okay, so that is in bash. I think read is like a built-in. How did you... type read? Yeah. Well, what if you didn't want to use read? If you want to use standalone, the standard shell build, common options are head and 1. Oh. Is this Claude Code? No, that's it's Codex. Codex. Yeah, it doesn't say scanf. No. Okay, head N1 is very simple. Head N1. So let's do like check a file. Okay, and then head N1, and we'll store that in a thing called file. And then we'll test that here, and we will print that here instead. Oh my god, we're actually doing so. Okay, if this works, well, I need to actually run this like this here. Okay. No, not zig. Runic. Check a file. Server.log. Oh my god, okay. That was too good to be true. Attempted to use a null value. Oh man. I think this looks like maybe the AI did some bad stuff. I'm not sure. All these things use OpenAI API, which relies on JSON things like map, string, and etc. Exists something like that in Zig or your Runic? Yeah, hash map. Zig has hash maps, and map string any. Like the any part is, you know, Zig has to support. I mean, you could have like void pointers or like any opaque pointers, I guess. The any is like, or you could just say that it's gonna be one type. Then you could have like you can have hash maps that where the values are one specific type, but it could be any type. But then, you know, the hash map actually has to be that one type. But you could, if you want to have multiple types, you could either do a union enum to have multiple types in one, if you want. Or you could do like an interface. That would also work. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. Runic, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really have hash maps right now. It doesn't really have much of anything regarding types at all. It basically just has strings, numbers. It does have structs, but they are all only internal right now. I could add support for, the long-term plan is to add support for user-defined structs, which would include things like being able to create hash maps, because if we have support for structs, then you can create a hash map that could be in the standard library, just like in Zig. Yeah, not the AI again. Yeah. I mean, I'm blaming AI. It could be my fault as well. I'm gonna check evaluator 263. Whoa, what the hell was that? Okay, anyway, this is resolve execution result execode. See, if well, I was gonna say if we blame this, we're gonna see something, but I'm the only one pushing here. So, but anyway, I don't come down. I don't like blaming. It's just to see the history. All right. So let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question, Penguin, but you know, if OpenAPI, if you're asking whether Zig or Runic can, okay, I see what you're asking. Actually, you're asking whether Zig or Runic can parse things like JSON, and the answer is yes. I mean, Zig has like a JSON parser in the standard library, so you can just use that. Runic, you can use, I mean, you can use any executable, so you could install JQ, for example, and use that as a JSON parser in Runic, the same way you would do like in a bash script. So you know, I have JQ, and if I say let's say we have like an object here. Whoops. No. And this would be, you know, I don't know, keys. We have a list of keys to, and then dot keys. Oh, sorry. Wait. No, echo. There we go. Okay. So we echo that into JQ. So basically, you could do something like this, except in Runic, to parse, where you would also like. I mean, let's say we have, I don't know if we have a JSON file in here. Oops. Okay, we do have JSON. So basically this, and then dot hello. You know, you could do things like this with JQ, and that would also work in Runic. Now we have the, wait, is it dash C? No, it's eval. So we have the eval flag now, and you can paste in Runic code directly here. So we'll do cat test JSON piped into JQ.hello. But now we have to put string here, because that's just how it is right now, and you get the same thing there. So you potentially, yes, you can use. If you use like other executables with runic, like JQ. You can do things with JSON there. All right. So, why is this doing this thing here? Is this even... I mean, I think... Okay, you know what? Yeah, see, this code is very not great. +3. I mean, I'm gonna double check because AI could have changed the type around. So I'm just gonna double check if the execution results type is the same. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So the closable is number 3. That is correct. And what was it that it... Okay, so obviously, yeah, it didn't have a result. That was the issue. Right. I don't know if this is a race condition or what is going on, because we never really tested this thing where you bind a thing that actually needs standard in. So I think what's happening is that execution actually stops here until the thing is there. Because if, let's say we do something over here, this should be after. So this shouldn't actually show up. Yeah. And then for some reason, and then we get this. And I think once we're trying to do this part, something fails there. I mean, it's always like when you've asked AI to do a bunch of stuff and you go back and it's like, well, now I don't really have 100%. Well, I never had 100%, but I don't have as much insight into how the code paths work right now to be able to troubleshoot this in the same way I would if I have written the code entirely by myself. So so now it's like I get the feeling where, okay, well, I should just ask AI, hey, could you investigate this? But I don't really. I want to kind of investigate myself as well, but it's just like suddenly I feel a little bit lost because I haven't even written this code here. But okay, so coerce exit code. See, we've got. Okay, it even added a special instruction. I didn't even know this. It added a new instruction called exit with. Why is that not? Exit with a value source. Okay. Exits the process with. Oh. I see. And why did it add this? Exit with. Is it exiting like the local thread? I guess, yeah. Maybe that's what it's doing. Okay, it also added... No, wait, this is from before. Oh, I see. This is only for the thread. Right, okay, okay, yeah. That makes sense. It makes sense, yeah. Okay. And that's the only thing that uses this here. I guess that's good. Okay. Now... Okay, I mean, I guess we could try and run this in the debugger. Okay, where's the execution happening? Oh, here's the new merge pipe stuff, right? I haven't actually seen that yet. There we go. So I'm expecting now that we get to... When we call exec here... Well, at some point... you know what? Standard in doesn't work in debug mode. I think it's just gonna hang here. Yeah. That is okay. You know what? I'll do this. I'll just ask AI to investigate this. In the meantime, we could also investigate ourselves in the meantime. But I will ask AI to say that hey, this file produces an error. So could you check it out? Okay, so I've implemented unary parsing and type checking. Well, whatever. Let's just say, okay, so the file ir unary fails after I've given it some standard in when it goes to line 2, I believe. Yeah. With edge and 1. There seems to be something wrong with the execution result, because when we get the results, the exit code from the closable. It does not exist yet. Could you investigate why this is happening and give me a summary of your findings? Do not change any code yet. Very important, because I want to look at this in the meantime. Yo, Subadara, what's up? Welcome back. How's it going? Yeah, the progress is actually, I mean, it's going great. We added the unary, or the, well, no, wait, the logical stuff. So this now actually, this works here. And, which is really nice. And now we are working on, let's see, we are working on a, well, actually, yeah, and I also implemented unary. Wait, this is, well, this isn't really unary anymore. It's something else, but basically unary is when you have like a unary operator, you have like, if B is true, then C is not B. So this is a unary operator, and it just negates B to be. So C is false. So this works now as well, which is really nice, because that was not part of the plan, but it was really easy, and it was basically already implemented. So I just need to implement the parser for it. You can write bash command. I mean, yeah. I mean, essentially. Bash, I mean, it's like specially syntaxed here, because the idea at first, when the first project started, was that you would have like, you could have like bash, embedded bash in Runic, but I don't think I want to do that, because it's like, then we need a bash parser, and you know, I don't want to have it. So basically, this is just calling bash, the executable, with these parameters. So we're basically, and the reason why I'm using bash is because we don't have redirection yet. So I needed bash for some redirection here. But we're basically just wrapping grep here, invalid flag, to force like an error message, or yeah, an error to happen, to check which branch is going into there. So yeah, you can, I mean, you can use, technically, you can, whatever you can do in bash, you can do in Runic, because you can just call bash from Runic. so we are feature complete. Is that some Emac? No, this is NeoVim. From what I've never used Emac or Emac. Emacs. Is it called Emacs or Emac? For some reason, I'm taking Emacs. Anyway, I've never used it, but from what I can tell, from what I've seen, the only real difference is that Emacs has this weird graphical mode where, you know, you can have like images and things in different size fonts and stuff. And that's just it. I don't know. That's weird. You can add AI to terminal. Yeah, so Codex has a, and I think Claude as well, someone told me, I haven't used it, but you can use Codex terminal UI. Try using Emacs for one day. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so there we go. Okay, here we go. So actually... AI actually did something here. Findings. Hangs immediately after this when it's bound for standard in. I mean, yes, it hangs because we need to... What the hell? It hangs because we need to supply Standard. Okay, let's see if it figured it out. Printf pipe into there. So that actually gives it a thing. The issue is not logical unit itself. First, the start process completion tracking for head call, key path, compile binding. I'm not sure if AI actually misunderstood the issue here. Let's read on to see what it thinks. Executable calls, wait on the exit closable inside. Yes, evaluator wait only stops. Okay. The problem is that process close but considers the process done. Only after 3 close that gating. Well, yeah. So it breaks. Well, it doesn't break at that point. It breaks later. I guess I confused it because I said that, hey, the thing that happens on line 2, and it was so focused on line 2. Actually, the error happens at like line 4. Head reads one line that it writes and exits early. From, well, that's the point. From the runtime's perspective, the child standard inside is still open because the parent side standard in pipe has not been fully closed to consumer. But how does the process continue then? Check close parent does not wait for the parent process closable. Oh, it doesn't wait. Wait. For the parent closable. I'm pretty sure it should. It has somewhere wait is called and then we get the term signal. The root cause is a process exit code availability is incorrectly tied to standard in-stream closure. Okay. I mean, that might be the actual issue, actually. Is a minimal repro because it exits before standard in reaches end of file. Implication. The current closable model works better for commands that read to end of file or have no standard in dependency. But it is wrong for commands that terminate early. So does it actually, but if it closes standard in, we should also terminate it. I mean, if the process itself closes standard in, we should also like close that connection on our end as well. Fun fact, if you search Vim, it autocorrects to Emacs. When you search for Emacs, it autocorrects to Vim. What, on Google or? Did you mean Emacs? Right. Yeah, that's funny. Did you learn programming when you were a child? I mean, yes, technically. I was self-taught. In C++. Following online tutorials at the time. Like 30 years ago. And that's crazy. And but I also had like books. I don't know where I got those books. No, I don't think I have that book still. I had like a Swedish C++ book. As well. Yeah, I was like, I was like 10 years old when I started learning. And I quickly also came to the conclusion that this is what I'm gonna do. Because making something work was like the best feeling ever. Secondary note. Okay, this also explains what your observation about trying to get the exit code from closable and it does not exist yet. That is exactly what it does when the process term has not been populated yet, even though the child may already be gone. If you want, I can take the next step and outline the cleanest fixed options before touching code. Stopping over. Okay, I'm just gonna ask AI to fix this. Okay, could you fix this, please? My first language was basic. I mean, okay, I kinda fibbed. Technically, my first language was also basic, but I don't really count that. Before I went on to C++, I actually had a it was called like a Casio calculator that you could program on that had one line that you could see. I think it had like something like 16 or 32 characters on screen. It was like the aspect ratio was like on the side, landscape. I don't know what it was called, the model. They have a lot of programmable. Yeah, here we go. Casio FX. Yeah, something like this. Let me show you here. Here we go. This one, I had this one. And yeah, you could. So this display here was like one line of code. Like it was like these characters. 1, 2, 3, probably like 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, probably like 16 characters or something like that, or maybe 20 or something. And then you would type in one line of code at a time. So you type like, because it was basic, you typed first the line number, so 10. You usually had like 10, 20, 30, because if you wanted to make a change, you could insert a line of code at number 5, for example, or number 15. So you would write 10 space, where is the space? See if I remember. Wait, where is space? There should be a space somewhere. There, S maybe? No, there we go, space. Yeah, so 10 space and then print. And then I think quotation marks. And then you can print something. And then you're done with that. I'm not sure if you needed to press like enter or something, but then you press run or execute here, and then you would run the program. The model name. I'm not sure if it was this exact one, but it was basically something like this. I don't know if the layout of the buttons was slightly different, because I remember the exe button was maybe different, but it was basically this. This is this one here. Yeah, so technically this was my first programming experience, and it was like a a basic language there, and it had a book where you could put in example programs as well. And I would try to make like a Castlevania type game on it. Because you could put in a special character, the Ohm character, which kind of looked like a person with 2 feet. It looked like a circle with 2 feet. Yeah. And so you could move that person around, and then I would use minus signs for the whip. And you walk around on this one line of... Yeah. Good old times. Yeah, and then my big brother was in a team of game developers, like indie game developers. And, well, they're basically a bunch of friends trying to make some games. And one of the friends there actually worked in C++. So I looked at some of that code and I started to go that direction instead. No, you're not lower skill than me at 10. Because, you know, I was just starting out. Okay, it's doing stuff. This is one of the worst parts about AIs. Like, when it's working on something, I don't really want to disturb it. If you go and mess around in the files, that's gonna mess with AI. So you have to leave it alone. Sometimes it takes like 10 minutes for it to do something, so we can't really do anything right now. Oh, you were like, wait, this game, how is it made? Then I go into program. Oh, nice. That's interesting. Because the way that I got into like wanting to make games is just playing games and then feeling like, hey, I wish this worked like this instead. I was like, maybe I'm more like a modder. I should be more like a modder maybe. But basically, I always get these ideas like, hey, you could have this, or add, like, take an existing idea and then expanding on it. There's probably probably everyone does that. But that was what made me get into the program, because I just wanted to make something or be able to. Oh, you were told that the game is made using programming, right? Yeah, that's interesting. Like, because how would you know how it's made if you don't know anything about computers or, you know, heard anything about it? That's it. It must feel like it must be like black magic or something. What's going on? Why is this lagging so much? I'll check this again. Is it the process? Yeah, WSL is taking up a lot of stuff right now. Runic LSP. Right, it's spawning a bunch of runic programs that takes up like all of the CPU. Oh, Codex is actually taking up a lot of CPU. How does it take like more than 100% of the CPU? Is it taking up like multiple cores? All right. Yeah, Python is slower than. I mean, it's technically like a scripting language, but it's also, it does compile to some kind of bytecode. I'm pretty sure. Codex is cloud-based. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, yeah, it's cloud-based, but it can also run programs on your computer, so that could take up stuff, take up resources. And also, it seems to have these lingering background, like it's starting up a bunch of processes that's not really closing. I'm not sure what that's about. That's a recent development that I'm not too fond of. And this also doesn't feel that great, because I don't know if it's done or not. And I'll just press enter a little bit, see if what's going on. Top level standing source breadth never close. Okay. Yeah, it's still investigating, I think. All right, see you later, Subadara. Okay, now we see that it's still going there. I just need to check something here in the meantime. Yeah, this is, man. Do you have a daytime job? If so, high copy energy for something. Yeah, so I do have a daytime job. Well, not for long, to be honest, because right now it's where I'm switching jobs right now. Well, okay, to answer your question there, I've been very fortunate with the job that I had, that as long as they were happy with the results, I had like, I have free time basically to do whatever I want. So as long as they are happy with the results, if I work hard to be done sooner, I have time to do other things. And also I work from home, so I don't have to spend time on commuting. So So yeah, I just have a lot of time basically, even though I also have like a full-time job. Which is great, but now I'm actually switching jobs because yeah, it wasn't going well for the company, so I have to switch jobs. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how much time I will have later. It's a shame, really, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll get a consultant as like a contract instead. Start working with contracts. Remote, like getting a remote job is probably what I would like the most. But yeah, we'll see. But when I started out, I did it on like, you know, on evenings. That's the thing also, like it's so hard to if you already got a job but you want to break out and do something else to, you know, be able to live on and work for yourself. That is very difficult because you can't just quit your job. I mean, or unless you have like saved up a whole bunch. But basically you're gambling you're kind of investing in yourself to make something work. But then you also have to be able to live on that, and that is, you know, very uncertain. Which I tried to do once or twice and didn't really succeed. So, but I'm trying. I fixed the urinary standing failure. Oh, the root issues were top level standard. Okay, so it's done. It's actually, that did it. I mean, if that's what it says. It did also do the tests here. Okay, cool. Top level standard was wrapped. It never closes the end of file and propagated through the stream layer. Process completion was still being treated as dependent on standard enclosure. Closure, I mean, it's not talking about a closure in the same sense as a function closure. I guess it means closing standard in. Exit code resolution for execution result assume get result was already populated instead of blocking if needed. Oh, I see. So, okay, so did you add a blocker there or what? Standard in now uses real closable so end of file can propagate. Process shutdown no longer depends on standard in reaching end of file once standard out, standard out done. Executioners, well, I need to read this so I actually understand. Process shutdown no longer depends on standard in reaching end of file once standard out, standard out done. Okay. Right. Well, as long as we're not breaking any other things. Execution result and execution handles exit code lookup now falls back to closable. Close if get result still null. Okay. Cool. Verification. This apparently does work. No longer hangs or panics. Okay. Thank you, AI. Let's see if that works now. So unary check a file. ASDF does not exist. Oh, it actually included like the new line. Okay. I mean, we do have server.log. Okay, so it includes the new line, and this is kind of also the difference between Bash and runic. It's like we actually take what's coming out of standard out and putting that in the result. But I would say that probably bash, if you would say bash, if bash did the same thing, let's just do that there. So we'll do this. So I believe you can do something like this. Right. Yeah, see? It is different. And now it works because when it does this, for some reason, it removes the new line at the end. Even though that should be the actual output. I mean, I'm guessing that it does it because it makes it easier to work with things like this. Is there like a trim thing? Trim. Is there a way to trim new line at the end of a string of an output index? Cool. I want to make a machine learning project, a drone mosquito bat combined mosquito interceptor. Hunting and chasing mosquitoes based on visual perception. Are you sure that's the best way to deal with mosquitoes? It feels like the mosquito, like maybe if you reach a velocity, but I mean that seems dangerous. What if the mosquito lands on your throat? Oh man. Okay, so TRDN. Okay, that seems excessive. Wait. Does it have to be like escaped? Now it doesn't actually get anyway anything. Like what if we just do the cat? Yeah. See, I think that this doesn't actually work anymore. Could we add a test case for binding a constant to a pipeline result and then echoing that? Do you have many mosquitoes where you are right now? Added case. Result. Okay, so you verified, yeah, and it also said one important detail: the suite passes, but the echo. Well, okay, it passes. It doesn't crash, I guess, but the echoed pipeline value is currently empty under existing semantics. So the test now captures that current behavior rather than asserting a non-empty pipeline string. I think maybe we want to have a way to crash a test somehow. Like, is there like I know that I've seen panic. No. Fail. Okay. I'm just gonna add. Let's. I'll add it to the to-do here. Test feature. A keyword that will. Well, we do have exit. I guess we have exit false or exit 1 or 2 or whatever. So maybe we don't really need a test feature. We could also already kind of do that. What was this one? Runtime regression. Well, it passed. I want it only to pass if the expected output was correct. So pipeline, and then we're gonna check like if bound pipeline is equal to bound pipeline value. Well, if it's not equal, I guess, then we will exit 1. But I don't think we don't really have exit. That's the thing. We don't have exit as a keyword, I don't believe. But that would be good to have. Or I think maybe it's like we do return, maybe. But this is what I want to basically have. It's like, and that would properly check if we actually, because now it's like just checking if we don't get a crash while doing it, but we want to have the expected output as well. I will put that. Where was the to-do list? Okay. Add expected results check to tests. Okay, so let's see if we, okay, let's fix this issue. I had to resort using mosquito net at night. Oh, damn. Yeah. I heard that in Iceland they don't have mosquitoes at all. Maybe you could move there. That solves the problem. It's like one of the only places that doesn't have any mosquitoes. And I mean, we have mosquitoes here, but it's like, it's not really that big of an issue. Like, it's only in the summer. and it's not really that much in the cities. Like when you go out in the forest, then there's like a lot of mosquitoes sometimes, but not in the city. I mean, yeah, this is how we're gonna program from now on. We're just sitting around waiting for AI to do something. Okay, I think it's done. What's the best way for learning Python and boards? I mean, like Raspberry Pi. Well, I mean, Python itself, I don't feel like it's that difficult of a language. So you could, I mean, yeah, and there's like a million tutorials and stuff for that. Raspberry Pi, there should also be like a good amount of resources to learn about that. I think the best way is just to get a Raspberry Pi and then try stuff out. And I mean, if you're gonna connect a bunch of things to it, then each thing you connect, you have to learn how that works and how to deal with that. I haven't done that much Raspberry Pi, but I've done a little bit of Arduino. I actually have a bunch of those at home, and we did some at school when I went to school, like, when was that, 15 years ago in university. And if you don't have anything like that yet, I think you also need some kind of programming interface that actually like uploads stuff, unless you can do it now with like networking instead. I think usually you could maybe connect a you could connect maybe a USB cable. I don't know, it depends. That stuff also changes all the time, like how you actually interface with it. Hello, Ayush. What tool is this? This is so this thing here is Codex CLI. Let's see, it's an AI. And fix the bound pipeline capture gap. Capture regression may fix a capture thread backed expressions like pipelines, now materials and execution result, not just back captured exec handle results. Execution results, exec code lookup can resolve both closable backed and thread backed completions. Okay. Top level standard in. Okay, we should probably also add tests like calling functions. The thing with functions is that we don't actually have support for redirecting standard in. So you can't really pipe something into a function yet. A function call. I mean, okay, no, that's not correct. Technically you can. If you're using a process, right, okay, you can actually do this. Also, I want to try this now, because... Okay, there we go. And then we do like... What was it? This. There we go. Hey! Okay. first runic script that has some kind of utility that is not only for testing that runic works. I mean, it kind of is for testing that runic works, so it's not really. But it's kind of, you know, you could, in some kind of weird world, you could actually have a script like this where you just want to check if a file exists or not and get a message out, right? So there you go. Awesome. So server.log exists, but server.log does not exist. Awesome. Okay. I mean, I am kind of annoyed at having to do, you know, quotation marks around everything, but it's like the parsing is gonna be so difficult, I think, if we're gonna allow this type of thing. I think it's I don't know. Maybe I'll ask AI if we could actually solve this issue, because yeah. I don't know. I mean, this should be doable. Like just coercing a 1 into an argument, that should be doable. But this is more difficult because it's like, well, this could be considered a unary operator, negation operator, and then this is an identifier. So it's like, okay, well, do we do like an analysis to see that, well, okay, we don't have n as an identifier, so this would be like a string that we coerce from this weird setup here, like how we're parsing this. I don't know. I mean, this is more programmy as well, but it also is less bashy. Yeah, it's difficult. It feels like if we allow that, there's gonna be a lot of ambiguity. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit annoying to have to do this, but I'm just gonna keep it like this. Maybe we could allow numbers though, but yeah, not right now. That's gonna be like a nice to have later. Okay. So what do we do now? Okay, actually, yeah, I want to do the test thing. So the tests right now are basically just running some code, and if we don't crash, we exit with tests succeeded. I want to also add statements that actually check the expected output of each case as well. Do RMRF. I think that would be that would result in a failure, because you need to supply a destination. That reminds me, I need to probably... So this is I'm not sure what we actually did here. This is also one of the good uses of AI. If you've made a bunch of changes and you don't feel like going through everything, creating a commit message, you can just ask AI, hey, could you just look at what we've done so far and create a commit message? AI is making people, or me specifically, lazy. All right. Trap. Wait, does trap work? Whoops, I didn't want to interrupt. It's kind of bad. It is like escape to interrupt, but I don't want to, like, I also use escape to exit insert mode. So sometimes I have the habit of just pressing escape to get out to normal mode, which does not work well here. Okay, so I added real output verification through a CLI hard instead of leaving these as didn't crash scripts. What changed? Now capture standard out, standard error comparison against checked in fixtures when present. It also support optional per script status files for future cases. I added expected standard snapshots for different group name. I also stabilized by removing notice which is merged. So haha. Verification. Okay. So the feature tests now check actual expected output, not just successful execution. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's go to here and we'll mark that there. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So we have negation. We have these. Very, very nice. And we fixed a bunch of other things. You know what? This might actually be fixed now. I don't actually know. IR array 2. Actually, you know what? Let's just go to IR array. All tech makes people lazy. Yeah. Are you on Linux? Yes, and yes and a half. I'm on Windows. Windows is my host operating system, but I'm on WSL, which is Windows subsystem for Linux, or whatever it's called. It's like Linux virtual machine on Windows that is like specifically for certain distributions. I think this is Ubuntu terminal based something. Okay, so let's do captured output. Yeah, unsupported binary expression. Unsupported binary expression. Captured. Will this also fail? Yes. Okay, so I will, let's see. I'll try and ask AI to fix this as well. Yeah, this is a minimal example, sort of. I mean, this should be even more minimal, I guess. Maybe even this. Yeah. Okay. So I'll ask AI, hey, could you check out the issue with was it array 2? Alright. I'm just gonna double check that this is the correct thing to do. Yes. How does compiler parse this language? Never really understood parsing. Yeah, it's I mean, parsing, there's nothing really magic going on. It's basically just trying to see, okay, what characters are coming in and building up a... So what you do usually is that you build up a what's called an abstract syntax tree. I mean, it's basically just a giant data structure that is like a tree-like structure that I mean, it doesn't have to be a tree, it can be a list as well, but it's basically a list of, you know, expressions basically that that you build from the source code. So well, we could go into the parser and see. So parse expression. Okay, so how this works is basically we have a bunch of, okay, so we have this lexer, and the lexer takes the source code. I'll come back the day I start to understand what's going on here. Okay, well, if you stay, you might catch on. All right, see ya. So usually you have a lexer as well, and all the lexer is doing. So this is kind of the starting point of the parsing. First, you have a lexer that looks at the source code. It's just a string. It's just an array of bytes. Right? That's the source code. It's just, you know, you get the thing in an array of bytes. And then it's looking at, you know, what is the first character? Is the first character a letter or a number, or what is the first character? And then it starts to read along. So let's say it's a character, like an alphabetic character. Where's that thing? Yeah. So basically here you just look at the character. If it's a quote, double quote, where we have a string. If it's a parentheses, that's the parentheses token. So basically the lexer turns the source code, which is just a stream of bytes, into a stream of tokens, which are like more defined building blocks of the source code. So now we know that we have parentheses, we have left parentheses, right parentheses, you know, brace. We're defining these different things to mean different things. And then, you know, you have plus, minus, star, percent. We can also have, you know, we're checking like, okay, well, do we have a digit? Is the character a digit? Okay, then we enter number mode. So now we're reading in a bunch of digits in this function here, lex number. We're reading in a bunch of digits, and we also handle like dots if you want to have like a decimal place. And then that whole thing becomes a number. And how it works is also that you have like a cursor along. Imagine you're putting your index finger in the source code, like here, and then you're reading, okay, this is a space, so we don't do anything. This is a space. Okay, here we go. Here's an F. All right, so what is this? FN happens to be a keyword. Okay, so then we register that as a key, and then or also we get like white space here. So now we register this as a keyword token here, which is the fn token, which is the function token. Okay, and then we continue with our index finger, and now we're over here. So that's what this index is here. It's the index finger that points to where we are in the source code right now. And so we just move along here. Here we're starting. Here we get like an alphabetic character. So we're starting to see that, okay, well, all of these are ones, alphabetic characters, and when we reach here, that's not an alphabetic character anymore. Okay, well then this is an identifier. So now we get this token here as an identifier. And we get here, oh, that's a left parenthesis, and so on. So that's just the process of turning the list of bytes into a list of tokens instead. So now we have, you know, a function token, and then we have an identifier token, then we have a parenthesis token. This is a identifier token again, colon token, and so on. And then once we have that, so it's just to make it easier to parse. So once we have that, we then go, for example, here parse, parse expression. Now we have a bunch of tokens. So this is also has an index finger, but now the index finger is looking at the tokens instead. So we can look at the next token and determine what we want to parse based on that. That is how I've done it here. So it's like, well, do we have a function keyword token? Okay, then we parse a function, because now we have a function definition that we want to parse, and so on. How does the lexer identify wrong syntax? So the lexer's job is only to convert the source code into a list of tokens. The only error that could happen at that stage is that if you have some kind of symbol that is not supported by the language. So if you would have some kind, I don't know, some kind of Unicode or some kind of weird symbol that's not really in the language, then that would be a lexer error. Or if you have a combination of characters that is not supported. So basically, okay, so let's say identifier, I'm not sure where we would have that. So basically over here, yeah. After we've checked, like we're looking at the character, right? And if we checked all of our supported symbols, at the end we didn't reach any of the supported symbols. So every symbol failed. Then we have an unexpected character error. So that is like, that's a lexical error. It's pretty hard for the lexer to actually produce errors. I think that's basically the only way maybe to do it. And then there's some, you know, let's look at this error here. So we've got like, yeah, unterminated string. That's also, we could also detect unterminated strings in the lexer, because we would know that, okay, we're reading a string. Now, keep in mind that this is a context, well, whatever. How I'm parsing strings is that when you encounter a quote, I enter into a string mode. And if you're in the string mode and the file ends, then we have an unterminated string. Same for blocks, I guess. Unterminated block comment. I'm not even sure if we have block comments. Oh, maybe we have. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually, if we have more things. It's unexpected character, unterminated strings. I'm not sure if we actually have more things. New line in string not allowed. What? That's not even a thing. I should remove that. Yeah, no problem. So that could, but then you know, you have the parser, which takes these tokens and then actually produces like expressions out of them. And expressions are more defined now. So you have all these kinds of expressions. You have a call expression, which calls some kind of executable or function. We have, you know, an array literal, literals, which are just integer, these things. So basically, if you have an integer, so it's just parsing a number, basically, an integer, literal, and float if you had a decimal in there, and booleans, strings, and so on. So then we turn it into these kinds of expressions, which are then just put together into a tree called an abstract syntax tree. So what if we encounter a function token and then parse a function? Well, then we're like, okay, first we're expecting a function token because we didn't like move our index finger yet. So here we're kind of moving our index finger, we're expecting it to be a function token. Okay, and then for our language, we have a type expression after that, an optional type expression. So we're parsing in that. And then we have an identifier, which is the name of the function. So we're parsing another token, which is an identifier token. And then we have a parentheses token, like opening parentheses. And then we have a bunch of parameters, which we parse as a bunch of parameters here, delimited by a comma. And then we terminate at the right parentheses here, and we parse that as well, and so on. And then we have a return type, which is also optional. And then the body is just an expression, so that's just parsing an expression again. So it's also a very recursive nature, the parser. And then we just we create our little expression here. So this is how most like parsing stuff looks like here. I will say the most parsing things are pretty simple, but then there's one area which is not really simple, and it's the binary expressions, because you know, in mathematics, or you know, you would have, how would you parse something like this, right? It gets very complicated here, but there's like a lot of theory around this as well. How would you parse this, you know? So there's a lot of help for that. Something called Pratt parsing. I'm using like my own kind of parsing here, but it's sort of, I guess, adjacent to that, maybe. But yeah, I won't go into exactly how that works because it's kind of complicated, but yeah, I guess the binary expressions are probably the most complicated part of my language, at least. Yeah, so there you go. You basically just turn the source code into tokens, and then tokens into an AST. And then you can use the AST for a lot of things. You can use it, you can convert it to another language, you can compile it, you can execute it immediately. You can do, like, the AST is like the crossroads, I would say. Like, from there you can do a lot of things. Okay, it seems like it's done. The failure was coming from array literals with captured exec elements, not from indexing alone. Great. Was returning the current top of stack where pop that works simple elements, but once an element used compile corruption will capture. Extra temporaries would sit above the saved array ref in echo 1 case. The array expression ended up returning leftover thread. Okay, so I think it was like a stack imbalance issue. In that case, maybe. Array expression ended up returning a leftover thread handle instead of the array base, which is why it blew up later. I changed it to return the saved array ref directly and kept the type array access result so that address backed elements like execution results stayed typed correctly. I also updated the test here to match the current interpolation semantics captured. The command output still includes the trailing new line. Produce an extra blank line. Yes. Okay, verified. Okay, cool. Great. Array 2. So this works. Well, actually, it doesn't work. No, it does work. It does work. Because if we interpolate this, it doesn't work. Okay. What the hell? Also, we don't get any error. Okay, let's do the thing here. See if this works. Okay, so that actually does work. It was like the inline. Is it this that doesn't work, or no, that works? So inline arrays. This shouldn't work. No. But if we do this, does that work? No. Okay, let's see if we can. Okay. Change the file IRRA to. Could you check why it is failing? I don't see why this wouldn't work. I mean, yeah, it's probably like a complicated reason. Also, the syntax highlighting doesn't. It's not really working for interpolation properly. Maybe it's the token, a token failure. It could be a token failure here. Boundaries work. Inline array literals inside interpolation. Inline array literals does not work. Okay, inside interpolation. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. So it's not a parsing issue. It's a compilation issue, I think. All right, let's wait for it to figure that out. But we still. Okay, so we can't really get to redirections today, I don't think. We could start maybe a little bit. But I don't have much time left today, so we could start on redirections. And by start, I mean AI. Or by we, I mean AI. Could start looking at that. Because I already prepared AI a little bit before. Although I might need a new analysis because we have changed so much since the old analysis. So I actually did like an analysis with AI before to figure out how we can implement redirections. And I might continue on that thread actually and just tell it, hey, a lot of things changed since last time, so you might want to update your context with that before we continue. So then we keep the old idea, but then also bring in the new stuff that has been implemented. It's failing in lexing parsing. No, wait. It is failing in lexing parsing. Not in array execution. What? The lexer is tokenizing the interpolation incorrectly. I checked with print tokens and it produces this interpolation start lbrace. What? What about this? Inside string interpolation, lexer sees the bracket or brace from inline array literal and treats it at the end of the string interpolation. That means the rest gets swallowed as plain string text. But that doesn't seem to be the whole issue though. Okay, because there's no nested pair, so the real issue is string interpolation lexicon does not track nested brace depth. It treats the first as string interpolation end even when that belongs. Okay. Okay, can you fix that, please? I mean, that should be a pretty easy fix. If the AI is actually correct. It looks like there was other issues as well. That's not the whole story. That is not the whole story. Alright, it seemed to have fixed it now. It's just... Yeah, so we'll fix this and then I'll ask it to reanalyze the redirections. Was there anything else that I wanted also now? I think I'll probably, after redirection, I'll probably do like a small amount of fixing ups, like nice to haves maybe, while we have velocity. So we're currently working on this bug right here. Actually, this is actually fixed, but there's another bug. I won't change anything while it's working, but this bug is actually fixed. So that is good. And I don't think... Well, this one, I don't really care about this one, actually, not MVP. These ones, I don't really care right now. Let's see, it's the redirections. Yeah, it's only the redirections, I think. I didn't write anything else down. Okay. And then basically, and then MVP is done with Brunic. We'll see, maybe we'll do arguments. Okay, yeah, I'll actually add that here. So let's see, arrays are done. I'll add so main thread arguments from process startup. Yeah, we need to kind of a way to pass the like the process, like, you know, if you call the Runic file with some arguments, we want to be able to get those arguments somehow. The problem is, yeah, I mean, how would we compile that? Because that would be like a dynamic list of arguments, unless we somehow define the arguments in the file. Because I was thinking about this a long time ago, and basically, let's say you have like, you know, you need to basically define a signature for the Runic file itself. So you would do something like this. Let's say we have like void, and then we have an @ symbol that means this file, and then we would provide. Then you could have the arguments in here. So you would have, and I'm just gonna do the return type there as well, or the out type, and then you would have the arguments. So this would be, I don't know, file is a string, and so now we have this this is the function signature of the Runic file, and it only has one argument, which is the file argument. So now you can use that, you know, use wanted to look at this file, here's the file, get file. Okay, so then, you know, the first argument will be bound to this file identifier, and it's nice because then it's like type checked. It is you can call this as a runic function from other runic files. So you're importing this as a function, kind of, instead of like running it directly. Or yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna work yet, but like working with multiple runic files together will be a thing as well that I wanna kind of think about and work on. But this gives you the potential that actually, yeah, this is a kind of like the whole file is kind of like a function where this is the signature of the function, right? And then this is the body of the function, right? So it's kind of like saying that we have a function called irargs.rn or something like that. And when you call this, you actually call this function, and you can supply an argument, and you get some standard output here. So that's the idea, and so I would like this to work. This would be really cool, because also when you have this explicit here, we would know in the compiler that, okay, so we actually need how much space we need for the arguments. Although actually the compiler, I mean, you could supply the actual passed arguments to the compiler to compile the correct number of things in the closure as well. So that you could do that as well, I guess. I mean, I guess technically we don't even need to compile a closure. Maybe, I guess we could use some kind of special thing, special value for arguments maybe. But anyway, although the arguments need to be consistent for functions. Well, we already have arguments for functions though. Okay, well, anyway, this is what I would like to have as well. This would be, this would probably be part of MVP. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure about the syntax. Although the syntax could change in the future, though. Okay, so the AI is done. The failure was still in the lexer as two separate nesting concerns. Okay, already interpolated depth tracking, but two things are wrong. Can end the ignored bracket counter emitted the L brace without implementing interpolation brace depth, because that lexer treated this from the end instead of the arrays literal closing brace. I fixed both, now checks parent brackets and braces. Okay, so there was a bug in there. Now increments brace depth inside string interpolation, add a focused lexer test. Great. Awesome. Okay, so if we try this again and we run it, we should see the correct thing. Okay, cool. And then if we do like echo 1, echo 2, oops, we will see 2 and 1. Awesome. All right. Great. Okay, what if we just did this? Do we have like coercion for arrays? Okay, we do. It's just concatenating it directly. Great. Wait, why is that not? Oh wait, okay, yeah, it's not outputting anything. Oh, that's another thing. If x equals 2, yes. Wait. Expected value. Oh. So does it has to be inline. Okay, well, one thing at a time. Okay, so this is actually not supported, this style here. All right, I think it's interesting because new lines are kind of like breaking the command off. So it makes sense. It's good that it actually is an error. We probably want to have a specialized parsing for this, like supporting this case, or a specialized error message that forces you to do something like this. Yeah. Also, an automatic formatter would be cool to have. Okay. Anyway, one thing at a time. So this is now, I believe, wrong. Like if you interpolate it, like if you coerce it into string, still wrong. Okay. Oh, because of the new line. Right. So what if we just add a new line there? No? Wait, it's two new lines. I think it's two new lines. No? What the hell? Because it's one new line from this echo, and then this is also one new line. What? Wait, now it's empty. Oh my god. God damn it. Okay. Look into IR array to and again. I changed it and the expected output is not coming out. When we echo X, it is empty when it should say 2. With some new lines because of echo. All right. Man, there's so many edge cases that you have to catch. It's crazy. I should probably do kind of like a stabilization pause as well. So that would be like the plan. So like implementing redirection, do a kind of nice to have pause. Maybe after, no, first redirection, then stabilization pause, and then nice to haves. That would be great. Also arguments. God damn it. There's so much scope creep in here. Maybe I should just start trying to use Runic for creating. The issue right now is basically also that, you know, when I've learned to use AI tools, I do way less manual bash scripts. But I also, the bad thing about AI with bash also is like when you try to do a bash script with AI, it usually messes things up from what I've seen. I mean, at least the models that I've been using. it doesn't understand some of the quirks of Bash, so it's not super robust. You don't get very good scripts out. It works for the most part, but yeah. And like automated flows, I mean, you could just use AI now. So the whole purpose is like defeated almost. Although it does cost money or tokens to use AI, so you would want to have something that is more in code. But now we have things like AI skills, which basically is like a reusable template that you can use for an AI task. So I've used in my day job, I have a task or a skill called like PR ready, which basically it's a list of instructions for the a skill is basically it's just a list of instructions for the AI that it will follow through when you use the skill. But then you can also like modify it and add some prompt that will kind of modify the behavior however you like. But it's really nice because I just like when I'm done with an implementation, I just call PR ready and it will do this checklist, which is basically a merge in from the master branch, solve the conflicts, run tests, do a code review, run the formatter, doing all these things, which some of those you could probably just put in a actual like script instead. But it's just like, well, it's kind of like a script. It's like the skill of the AI is like a script almost, but it's the AI doing it. So it will take things into account, which are like edge cases and stuff. So it's actually, it's kind of like dynamic or like, yeah. But it does cost tokens. It would be nice to have a personal AI that would be ran like on a personal computer, because then you wouldn't need to worry about tokens. So you would like, but I'm not sure how much that would cost to have a computer just running AI tasks. But that would be really cool if you could have something that worked kind of similar to this. I know it should be possible, but I'm not sure about the agentic stuff though, like this Codex and Claude and stuff. We'll check that out probably. But that's like a one-time cost to get a local LLM for you. If you could get the performance that we're getting right now from this one, that would be insane. You could just run AI like non-stop all day, all night. Hey, make this project and it will like just do it. It's taking a bit of time. I can show you another project that I made here. It's not really complete yet. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not gonna be like a public project or anything. But I'll show you here. 1 second. Let me just see what this. Yeah, so basically you can't really see everything here. Wait, let me... Okay. So basically here, I'll see you later, Penguin. So it's kind of like an AI assistant for creating projects. And right now it's like in, well, we don't have a project open. So I could open a recent project. The styling is not super great, but here's like a list of projects that I have. So I had this to-do project. So we open up this to-do project, and there's an issue because I like deleted the, or I stopped the server, but let me run it again here. Here we go. Oh, god damn it. Wait, how do I... God damn it. The tokens. Right, I added like a bit of remote support. So I have like tokens. I just need to look at this. Where do we have the tokens? It's in somewhere. Server. Where the... Okay, 1 second. Where do we keep the tokens? Oh, I see. Why wasn't it? Oh, maybe it was like it's invalid, expired. Okay. God damn it. Okay, so none of them works. Great. Okay, all the tokens have been expired or revoked. It says, how do we proceed? God damn it. I was, yeah, I wanted to show this a little bit. It's pretty, you know, it's kind of like a very dynamic thing. It's like the AI would give you suggestions based on the current like context on what to do next. And then you can also give it like custom prompts. Open the app and say which is off screen, create local content. I'm seeing we enter full access token screen. Remove the token store. Okay. Okay. Create a local token. There we go. there we go. So now you can see here, AI is generating startup suggestions. We should probably have maybe a button for that like does that or something. So basically here's like, okay, when you don't have a project, it says like no projects open yet, so choose a concrete project direction. Yeah, so either you want to create a new project, or you can open like an existing project. So you would like, well, here's some, you know, suggestions for the type of project that you want to do, and you can provide a custom prompt as well. Or you can just press one of these buttons to, like, you know, if you press this button here, it would like keep that in mind and then give you more suggestions, more questions until it's ready to create the project. And then you can also browse the project that we already have. So let's go into this to-do project. So this to-do project is already like done a little bit. So it like shows you what, basically a summary of what happened last action that we took. Also, if you have like a web project, you can also start it up with this thing here, and then open the project here. So this is all like the AI did this here, and it's like, it's just a simple like to-do app, but just to test it out basically. And then, you know, you can just, so these buttons in the middle here are like the suggestions from AI, which that was kind of my vision, is like I would like to have this on my phone so I can connect with my phone, and then I could just walk around or do something else while the AI is suggesting like the next step, and I just press a button and it will start working on that, and then it would tell me, okay, now we're done with that, what you want to do now, and then give you more suggestions. You just press the button, and so you can do something else, so you don't have to be at the computer. But then also, if you want to get more information, you get like, okay, well, these are the recent like changes here. I'm using Git to just see, okay, this is the thing that happened. And then we also have, you know, we always have a log of everything the AI has done basically, and then a plans, which I think is like a universal almost thing for agents to have like a plans thing that is kind of defining the vision of the project. It's kind of weird, like prepare release pass. Wait, why did I read that as like press release? That was weird. Like prepare release, but yeah, okay, that makes sense. And if you don't like the suggestions, you can also click on more suggestions, and it will like cache the suggestions. So we want like, if you press reload, you won't get like, well, okay, now it like lost the actual open project, so that's not great. But it won't like suggest, like generate new suggestions. It will well, okay, now it actually did that, because yeah, that's a bug. Okay, well, anyway, and then you can create tokens here so that it would last more than, what is this, a day? Yeah, and I would use that for my phone, so I can connect with my phone and use that, because, you know, this is running arbitrary commands on the machine, so you could potentially cause a bunch of issues with this if you hack and get this project. But the idea is that this would run on a local machine as a server that would have access to some kind of, you know, development environment to develop projects, and then you could connect to that server with the phone or with, you know, some device, and be able to, you know, send commands to AI from there. So that is the idea. And then if you can always have a, you know, custom prompt down here, as well, and then it would keep the context of the project and everything in mind. Probably be cool to add a feature where it would also be connected to some kind of task management system, or keep track of that itself to be able to see more like maybe like a roadmap view, like the current tasks. So you could create a task and then start to work on like first planning the task and implementing the task. So that would be kind of cool as well. And then also the idea is to be able to work with multiple models as well. I have the auto thing here to kind of try to figure out which would be the cheapest model to use for the task that we want to do as well. So yeah, that is the app that I've been working on as well. Okay, let's see if it's done here. There we go. The issue was a capture race, not array indexing itself. Const x echo goes through compile expression capture for execution calls the path already waiting for the process callable was not waiting for exec wrapper. With a simple literal arg, the race was usually hidden. With the interpolated args, the wrapper thread is extra. Yeah. A fixed two pieces. String interpolation now uses transient expression path. I'm not sure what that means. So nested executable expressions inside are treated as values. Capture now waits on the wrapper thread for execution handles before shutting down the capture pipes. I also kept the regression and updated that. Okay, cool. Awesome. So this works now. Great. And does okay. Right, so here you can see the 2 new lines I tried to add. Actually, is it 3 new lines? No, it's 2 new lines, yeah. So we have to add 2 new lines here. This is kind of also, like, I'm on the fence with this. Because, you know, in Bash, you wouldn't have to deal with this ending new lines. Like, Bash just removes this automatically. Like, when you have an echo does output a new line at the end, but it removes it if you bind it to a variable or use it in some kind of interpolation like this. It removes the new line. So it's like it only has the new line if it's like its own statement like this. Hello, Vivek Dev, welcome back. Also, I think I forgot to say thank you for the follow like last week or something. But yeah, I don't actually read Twitch notifications because I don't get a lot of them. So sorry about that. Oh, I actually have Pierito reached 10 streams streak. Okay, great job. Also, thank you to Goku00 for follow yesterday and Mario02 for following 2 hours ago. Thank you. What's up, Vivax? What are you up to? Alright, cool. I want to check what the other project is saying here. Oh yeah, we did fix that thing. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I think yeah. So as I said, like I'm on the fence of actually including the new line on the echo, because it's like it's super annoying. Echo is such a common thing to use. This is going to be such a gotcha thing if you're coming from Bash and you're used to just using echo. I don't know, it feels wrong to mess with the output like after the fact. It's not like correct, you know. I don't know. Never thought about that. Suppose bash does strip ending new lines. I should do that as well, microproject. So you're also making... are you making this kind of thing, or... Well, what if we change this to printf, you know, and then do this, okay? So this now works, okay? Because printf does not actually output a new line at the end. Echo does that. But what if we actually put new lines here? Well, now of course we do get the new lines. But what I want to do is I want to do like so printf. Okay, first let's do it with echo. Well, echo hello. So this should already be like a new line for us. But we could also do, you know, echo. We do a double echo hello here. All right. So then we echo x. Okay. And we don't really see anything. But if we surround it with quotes, yeah, it strips the new line. Okay. But what if we change this to printf? This shouldn't be any different. Okay. It still strips. Well, it doesn't strip the new line because there is no new line. But what if we just add new line here? Okay, it does strip the new line. So it doesn't matter the command. It just strips the new line. Yeah. The question is, which cases do we want to strip the new line and which do we don't? And do we want to do it at all? I mean, we probably won't, because we probably won't to do it. Because, yeah, it's annoying. Well, I make it something that also captures that as one of the things it can do and gives it a value to the user. Oh, I see. And I suppose the justification is that there's very few cases where you care about the new lines. In most cases, it's easier if they're gone. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I have like OCD about this to feel like, well, it's not correct. Well, I mean, correct is a strong word, but it's not like accurate, I guess. But it is useful. I mean, I guess that is what Bash does. Yeah. So we would, okay. So to fix this, I guess we would need to figure out in which cases does Bash do this. Another way maybe we could do it is to add a special kind of mode or something. No. Man, this is difficult. I'll write it down. I won't actually support it for now, because what you can do is you can pipe it into this to make it disappear, I believe. Why do we have this echo hello here? I don't know. There we go. So that's yes. Whoops. Yeah. Wait. Oh, this shouldn't happen. Okay, whatever. I'll add that as a bug, actually. Escaped, double quotes, print as this. Do we want to strip new lines at the end of an echo or not? Question mark. It's only wrong if you don't mention that your lang does it in the spec. True. I mean, the thing is, like, I think that maybe people who want to use Runic maybe come from Bash, probably, and they're used to that behavior. So that would be also like one, like, because you wouldn't, like, if you want to start using, like, when I want to start using a language, I just look at some examples. That's how I learn the most easiest way. I look at some examples and I just get going. I don't read the entire spec of the language. But I mean, yeah. So it's gonna be annoying to have to add this to the end of everything. But I guess this is how it's supposed. This is what you need to do. Or you can use printf. You can just use printf. Like, that was my reasoning as well. Like, what if we just use printf instead of echo? So, I mean, yeah, because then you have the option, right? You have the option to include a new line at the end. But if you don't want to have a new line, you can use printf. Yeah, other commands that append new lines. Okay, we'll do it like this. If it becomes, like, we could keep it like this. If it becomes an issue, it will, you know, someone will, if anyone is actually using this language, they can create an issue on GitHub or whatever this will be. Right now it's on GitHub, but and they will have to complain or send an email or something, and then I might change it. But for now, or if me myself and I discover that, hey, this would be saving so much time, then it's probably, you know, yeah, good. Okay, so I think one last thing before we close here. I am going to, so I'm actually happy now with a lot of this things. We have a bunch of tests for regression, and a lot of cases are covered now, so very good. I'm actually, this, and that also helps being more courageous when actually asking AI to do things. What I would like to do is I would like to ask AI, let's resume. Where? Oh, this is oh man, look at this, like 112 days ago. Holy crap. What is this one? Oh yeah, I've been really enjoying just watching all your streams. Oh, thank you. Are you a developer as well? I do recognize your name. Sothoth Abyss. Right, but what about other commands that depend on, yeah. We'll see. The best way is to design ergonomic things, just writing some stuff and say it, get you annoyed. Yeah, exactly. Okay, where is the redirection? Is this the redirection thing? I think this is the redirection context. Are you the thread, or yeah, is this the thread that talks about implementing redirections? Question mark. God damn it. No, this thread was a fixing. Redirections only came out instantly. Oh, I see. Can you look into our codex sessions and find which one is the one I want? Man. It's just so insane that you can talk with the computer now. I know we kind of take it for granted now, almost like, but it still feels kind of insane that you can just talk to your computer now in a natural language and it just understands what you want. That's, to me, it's incredible. Okay, cool. So where is this? 15th. Wow, that's... No, wait. Yeah. That's 2 days ago. So it's this one? No? Wait. Are you the thread that talks where we talked about implementing redirections? God damn it. I don't remember which one it was. Because I don't want to lose the context. I love using Claude Code for refactors, and I've started just fully vibe coding my Nix OS config. Awesome. I mean, I would like to test Claude Code sometime, like and compare like Codex versus Claude Code. So everyone is like trashing on Codex while lifting Claude Code up in the sky. But how many have actually done some real comparisons? And I also, like, I don't know if I would like the model to constantly ask me questions. Maybe you can actually configure that, but we just discussed that. Okay, cool. Okay, great. Now, a lot of things has changed in the source code since then. Could you do a reanalysis of the feature and get back to me with the results? Do not do any code changes for now. We should also keep the original analysis in mind. So that work is not lost. Alright. Yeah, this will be the... Wait, do I want main thread arguments? Is this... Okay, should this be in MVP or not? This is such a huge thing though, because this allows you to call Runic scripts with arguments, because right now you can't. You know, that's just the way it is. I think this... Okay, I'm going to change the scope. This will be the last major thing that we add. And then it's basically I'm going to do some stabilization and maybe some nice to haves. We'll see. I'm not sure what that will be though. I mean, type checker LSP, I could try to use AI to improve those. The LSP is like, sometimes it takes like 100% of the CPU, and I don't know why. So maybe we'll fix that. In terms of models, I prefer Claude in general, just as nicer default tone. Of course, you can fix that on GPT with prompting. Tone. What do you mean by tone? Like how it talks to you, or? Is it more professional, or is it like more? I don't know. I like what Codex, but I haven't used Claude, so I can't really compare though. But I don't have any problem with how Codex like says things. And I really like their web interface, so only natural use Claude codes and stuff. Oh, I see. What? Okay, what subscription is that? I mean, is it only for Claude Code? Because I'm subscribed to, you know, OpenAI or ChatGPT or whatever, and that includes ChatGPT and also Codex. It's more casual. GPT is so analytical and overly helpful. It's always like, would you like me to? And Claude Code is more like, well, like how an actual senior engineer would talk. Oh, I see. I mean, I might try it and see, get the feel for it. The web interface in Claude Code is one subscription. Oh, okay. Well, what does the web interface give you? Like what is the web interface? Is it cursor or something, or what's going on there? I mean, I can check it out, but you can tell me. You're my AI now. You get so lazy with AI. All right. Excuse me. Okay, so I've got enough context. The main conclusion hasn't changed, but there are a couple of code-based changes that affect how it's staged now, especially around Lexer and current process stream runtime. Lexer? What would you do with the Lexer? I mean, I guess you would have like I haven't really said how it would redirect to standard out, standard error. Although I said also that wouldn't actually be... Oh yeah, the Lexer with the file names. Oh man. Well, I think that's gonna be a string. Yeah. The AST already has the right model for MVP redirections. Okay. Right, because we did have something like this, like way back. The IO runtime still pipe-centric, which is a good fit. Okay. What changed since the earlier analysis? The parser still doesn't actually populate redirect. It's still hard coding this to nothing for command invocations. The Lexer has, but still not dedicated this token. Okay. Process stream runtime is richer now before adding a file back writer is safer than was, or easier. I mean, my update suggests parse redirections first. Yeah, so keep parses 2 consecutive tokens in the parser. Okay, but not with new line in between. What if there's like new line in between? That doesn't make sense. Or I mean, not new line, but white space. I think it's just gonna be 1 token, not 2 tokens. That doesn't make sense. I prefer a real append redirect token if you expect shell syntax to grow. A real append redirect token. Yeah, it's just gonna be 1 token. It's just gonna be 1 token, yeah. Keep MVP scope narrow. Only support standard out of file, truncate, append. Do not yet do this, no. Yes. Add a file backed closable writer in the runtime. Yes, please. The clean place is probably alongside process IO helpers or a small adjacent runtime file module. You want something equivalent to open truncate, open write. This should leave. Okay, great. Lower redirects by swapping standard IO for exec. Current exec paths everywhere still assumes. Yes, it does assume that. Lower redirects by swapping standard IO before exec. What do you mean exec? Current exec button evaluator still assumes. Okay, I don't know, but that's probably great. In the compiler, redirection should change which destination the command standard out pipe connects to before the child process is spawned. Right, so for echo, the command standard out endpoint should be the file writer instead of inherited standard out. Right, so we kind of, yeah, that makes sense. It circumvents like the context standard out and changes that for this thing only. I would not implement it by connecting top level standard out pipe to a file globally. It must be per command invocation. Oh my god, no, that's... Prefer a dedicated IO instruction for open file sync. Right. It has pipe, yeah. Missing concept of open file as writable destination. I would add dedicated instruction rather than overload pipe. Something like file open write path mode handle. Then the evaluator opens the file with truncate or append semantics exposed to the closeboard writer. That keeps the design coherent. Great. Compile type shape and use compile execute call. In compile execute call, evaluator attachment camera. Sure. Why I still would not do capture then write file, wrong streaming semantics. Yeah, it's streaming. That should be enough reason. 2 implementation details to watch it now that the runtime changed. Yeah, I'll read your message there in a second here. Process output still goes through the pipe stream scheduler, so I find direction. 2 implementation details to watch now that the runtime changed. Process output still goes through the pipe stream scheduler, so file redirection should bypass unnecessary capture when the user explicitly redirects standard out to a file. Since command output coercion now has merged output semantics, make sure the redirection doesn't accidentally interact with the execution result capture. For MVP, command to file should still return execution result. It just shouldn't put the command standard out on inherited standard out. I think if you do this, the standard out should not be anything, like, because its standard out is redirected to file. So if you do this, the standard out should be empty, I think. I think it maybe it's talking about something else. Yeah. So the updated recommendation is parse redirections properly, add a file sync runtime handle instruction, lower this by replacing command standard out destination before exec, keep execution results structures as they are. Main thing to change from the earlier announcements, not the direction but staging. Parser's work is still missing. Lexer likely needs this support. Runtime file sync support is now the main new primitive to add. If you want, I can next turn this into a concrete implementation plan. Alright, that sounds great. I'll just okay, great, let's do that. The token should be a new token for that. Also, when parsing the file name, we should actually parse a string only, not a... So, for example, this should work. Echo hello into file.txt, while this should not. Echo hello file.txt. And the reason is basically to be consistent with the arguments, like, because this could technically be, file could technically be an identifier, and then you access a member that is called txt. So there's like a syntax ambiguity here, and that's why I want it to be a string. And that is where we kind of differ from Bash a little bit, because Bash has like a cleaner, I guess you could say, or I mean, yeah, less maybe cluttered syntax when it comes to arguments and those kinds of things. But yeah. Cool. Okay, VMAX. Well, in terms of features, it's what you would expect, but I really like their GitHub repo importer. You can select specific files, so import easily. Oh yeah, okay, now I remember. So you basically have a repo that it like imports, and it kind of it has to have like kind of like a machine that it clones the repo into and do some updates to it or something like that. Because I'm always running Codex on my local machine, so I don't use any cloud computer to run the thing. It's running on my local computer. Although it's like, you know, it's using the cloud, of course, the LLM to make decisions. You have a live bar of how much the context is eating into. Yeah, we do that. We have that as well. 31% left. They did come out with a rather cool feature recently, which basically lets the model respond with an interactive widget with graphs, etc., which is pretty cool. Okay. Interesting. And also really like that subscription limits resets weekly instead of monthly. Yeah, that's also the case with Codex. Actually, Codex has two limits. It has like a 5-hour window limit. So like if you're using within 5 hours too much, then you're cut off until the next 5-hour window. But then there's also a weekly window as well, so which is larger. So they're kind of cutting you off like short term and also kind of mid term with weekly as well. I guess it's maybe, I don't know. I'm just imagining all the programmers that are, or everyone that is using AI right now, like how much, like I can't imagine how much, you know, power they're using for this AI stuff, man. Same as Claude, and GitHub Copilot is purely monthly, and that was always annoying. Right. Yeah, monthly would be insane. Like, imagine like hitting your limit like in the first week. Then you have to wait for 3 weeks. Man. I think it's nice to know how much you have, because then you can kind of plan the usage. Although this percentage here is like the context of the current, I think the current, what do you call it? It's called a context, right? The context of the current like prompt here, or the chat. But it's not the same as the 5-hour window thing. I did do that multiple times. It was oh man, that is, yeah. I was like, when I started Runic first, I only used AI, and I was like feeding it thing after thing, and then I hit the weekly limit, and I was like, whoa. I didn't realize there was a weekly limit, and then because I was basically running it non-stop almost, and then when I hit the limit, I was like, well, what the hell will I do now? And then I just started to look at the code, and then it was like, and then I just took over. But yeah, that's another issue that I had then. But it's like, yeah. Wait, is it already done? What the hell? The syntax side. Okay. Wait, are you already done? It's like, no. Okay, so you got a append redirect. Lexus has its own token. Okay, great. We have redirection targets now. Explicit path targets as regenerate expression. Okay, yeah. Stages now parse this. Redirection targets must be quoted. String literals. Unquoted targets like are rejected. Interpolation inside redirect targets is also rejected because it uses the existing parse string without. Okay, I mean that. I mean, why would it be rejected? That's weird. It should not be rejected. We should. Okay. Let's change a bit there first. The file name should allow for string interpolation. I'm pretty sure, like, why would you not want to have string interpolation for the file name? I'm not sure why it made that choice. Maybe it's because of this. Okay. Context basically is short-term memory, yeah. I mean, yeah. Also, Codex had like a whole bunch of issues with the context. They had this context compacting feature, or they have a compacting feature, which works very well now. It's like automatic as well. So it's like when you hit the limit, it automatically compacts the context. But, so you can basically just keep going. You don't even need to worry about the context anymore, basically. But, some time ago, like a couple of weeks ago or something, there was all these weird issues with the compactness. So I think it automatically compacted it, and after it did that, you got these weird errors that was so annoying because it basically aborted the whole like process. So you had to redo the whole like task, and it like randomly would fail. But now it works. Now it works very good, actually. Update readers and codex. Yeah. Next step would be the I runtime side. Evaluate the redirection. Yeah. Okay, let's do it. We'll see if we get it. Maybe AI actually makes this work here. Lossy context compression. Yeah, the error that you get was like a bad request. So it was some kind of HTTP error. So it was like and I think it was connected with compacting the context, because it wasn't a problem until I got like context compaction, and after that you randomly got these bad request errors that just aborted the whole AI task. It was super annoying, but now it works. I haven't had that problem since then. So they seem to have fixed it. Hello, Metasimos. Welcome back. What's up? I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy if we could just use AI for everything. I'm all for, I'm not sure what it's called in English. I'll look it up. In Swedish it's called medborgarlön. Okay, citizen salary. I'm not sure if that's correct term, actually. Oh, here we go. Universal basic income. There we go. I'm not against that. I mean, let's say you had a machine that did everything that was needed for human survival. Why would you ever need to like work then? Like, everyone got food, everyone got everything they needed, basically. So, yeah. The only reason why we need to do it is because we have to survive. But then there's also, you know, you can do whatever you want. That's the point. Like, it doesn't have to be work. It can be, oh shit. Oh shit, look at this. Weekly limit. When does that reset? $90. Okay, so in 2 days. Oh, that's not that bad. I don't know. What do you guys think about universal basic income? It's basically just, you know, since we've got the economy, some people don't have to work, or, well, have to work is a strong argument or strong sentence, but basically everyone gets some income because we just have that strong economy. If it can be done right, I see no reason not to do it. Yeah. And then, you know, I think that in an environment like that, I think more people would try to do things that they always dreamed of, and maybe, you know, create, you can actually work on things that I mean, why wouldn't that be benefiting others, you know? Because I think some arguments against that is like, well, then no one would work and everyone would just sit on their lazy bum and don't do anything. But I'm not sure if that's true. Like, have we ever actually tried it? I don't think so. I think we all need UBI. Yeah. I mean, it would be, I mean, why not? You know, if as I said, if you had a machine in the perfect world, you had a machine that just made it so that everyone survived at all times. So why would you? Yeah, and then you wouldn't even have to worry. You wouldn't have to worry. You can just work on whatever you want. In Runic, if a function returns a function, how do you call that result function? Good question. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure we can have nested functions. I think. We'll have to test that. That is a good question. That is a good test case as well. You would call the function, I guess you would call it, you would have to create an identifier. I mean, it's the same. It would be the same probably as like in JavaScript, for example. Like you just bind an identifier to the function result. However, a function result in Runic is kind of complicated mess right now. I'm not sure if that's possible, to be honest. Also because yeah, functions are very strange in Runic, because there is really no like return type, sort of like technically you could have several different things that you return, probably. I mean, it's kind of like a stream. Like, you know, you call echo multiple times. That is multiple, you know, bytes of like strings coming out, you know. I actually don't know. There have been experiments with it. I don't recall what the results was. Okay. Yeah. you know, yeah, and like working on like important things, like researching how we can solve long-term survival when it comes to like, I don't know, cosmic events like the sun exploding and stuff like that. We have some time for that. I mean, I guess for now we should focus on actually surviving on with the current things that are happening right now. But yeah, like global warming and stuff like that, and also stop fighting each other. What if something like nested something worth thing? Yeah, I mean that would be the kind of the same thing, like that would be. It's just that you don't bind a name to it. No eval. So like eval as in, is that a thing in Bash, like where you eval? Okay. You can, I mean, technically you could just, you could do runic eval. Except we need, I think the string needs to be double quotes. Yeah. You could do that. Although the output would, since runic is right now, is not really a special thing, runic will always be like the result of this will always be like, as you know, an execution result. So it basically standard out, standard and exit code and stuff. You wouldn't be able to get a function out of this. Man, it's working. It's working on this function, nested functions. So this is the outer function, and then we have an inner function. I think what's gonna happen here is that the inner function gets compiled as, so we get two functions compiled, but the inner function has a closure. So I mean, yeah, like let's say you call this with some kind of parameter, greeting, and then the inner function doesn't, let's say we do this, right? Now the question is, where is this inner function? How do we get the function actually? I mean, we don't even have return right now. Functions are kind of weird right now. Like functions are not like fully implemented. So we don't even have a return thing right now. However, I believe that since outer is it's kind of like a module. Okay, this is kind of weird. I don't think this works. This doesn't really work yet. But I think the idea is that you would like call outer, not like this, but outer with hello. So this would kind of produce a module almost, where you could access inner from it as well. Maybe something like that, because there's no difference between the outer and actually, if let's say we strip this out and then we received the greeting as an argument like this. But then you would be able to kind of import, let's say we imported this, then we would be able to call inner. Yeah, I don't know actually. I know what I can tell you, it probably doesn't work right now. You can't really access this inner function right now. But I think in the future we probably will, if we get there. So okay, this is still going here. All right, it's working. It's working its way through this. Okay, I'm gonna tell AI on the other's place as well to fix an issue here. When we reload after a project has been opened, it reverts back to having no project opened. How would you suggest we fix this? Okay, here we go. Yeah, you can go ahead and always run that. Wait, bash? I should change, this should be changed to runic here. Maybe maybe that's the first real script. How about closures? Yeah, there is closures. It's just that we don't have return values in the functions yet. There's no way to return a value from a function, which sounds weird because that's basically maybe, you know, what you would think a function's main purpose is to return something. But that's not implemented. Like the whole function existence is still, like the purpose of a function is still kind of up in the air right now. See, it's look at this. It's using, I think it's using like old Zig stuff. As it works pretty good when with Zig when you're not dealing with IO stuff. See, this has changed, and it's like, yeah, okay, what the hell? And it's trying to fix these errors here because I think it's using like Zig. It's trained on like Zig 0.13 or something. All right, let's hope we don't get yeah. I'll check out CLI smoke. Okay. Script. Okay, first thing that doesn't really work, PWD. I'm not sure, is that a bash thing or? Yeah. But doesn't exist as well. It does exist as an executable. So if we did like that still works. Okay. Cool. So that should be possible to do. I'm just looking at this. Okay. Another huge thing actually is this. We don't have support for environment variables unless there is a command that helps you with that, but we don't have like built-in support for environment variables. So We are reading, I mean, we have the variables so we can use them somehow, but we don't have a way to talk about it. Maybe they should just be like identifiers that are pre-populated in the scope or something, like in the global scope. That could be a thing. Also, things like this would be harder to do actually, because this is an environment variable. But bash, since bash kind of, well, okay, so 0. Does that mean it's like a space separated array, and 0 means grab the first in that? I mean, we can do that as well. Somehow later, maybe. Okay. Would you like to run the focus? Yes. Wait, I should always allow that, I think. Normally in bash, people set the reply variable to return value, which is sort of weird in my opinion. Yeah, okay. When I made the language, I didn't know how return statements would work, so I made the return expression embedded into function signature. Okay. Yeah. Also, bash is, I mean, bash is different. I would say functions are very different in bash than they are in a normal programming language. Don't ask. Okay, this is kind of weird. It's like, don't ask again for commands that start with zig format whatever compiler.zig. Okay, but then you can append anything onto here. I mean, technically you could do that with any command. You could just add, after this, just add a semicolon, add whatever else. Yeah, this whole asking for permission to run commands is kind of weird. I mean, I understand why they have it, but it's also like, okay, well, what's really stopping you from doing it? Nothing is really stopping Codex from running any command. It's their own program that is stopping them from doing it. But really, you're actually opening up to do all kinds of things. I'm actually contemplating just making a separate user for just Codex, and then I think if you add it to a group and then just have this directory only as a have the group permissions added there, so then it could do whatever, and then you would say, okay, well, you can do anything as long as you're in this directory, basically. How much longer are you streaming for? This will be the last thing I will do. I'll just run through this, see if AI can actually do this. I was actually planning on quitting earlier here, but I just want to see if AI can actually do this. It's been running for a long time now, actually. I need to make it work there. I want to see if I can make, wait, that was wrong. .rm. So you can add the same thing here. Bin Rooney, no wait, and Rooney, yeah. Although we don't have set, we don't have this. Let's see if we can reproduce this here. So this would be probably, no, it's this one, right? So cd dir name Actually, let's do this. So we have cd dirname bash source. Yeah, so this wouldn't work. I mean, okay, immediately we get an issue here because I don't know if there's... Is there a way to get the environment variable? Is there an executable that gets you an environment variable? Linux executable that returns, that outputs environment variable. Env, print env. So what? Print env. Print all or part of the environment. So okay. So we could use print env. And then it's like, okay, you just want... What the hell is bash source? Maybe this isn't even defined. Bash source. Does it has to be a file, I guess. Wait, so if this is true, I guess this checks if... So, okay, so first it goes to the source file. And then it gets that. Okay, but what is the bash source? Is this just this file? So it's just like test. Yeah, we don't have anything like that. I mean, I guess we could also just assume we're calling it in the correct current working directory. Hello, Tech Check. What's up, what's up? Welcome. Or we could also hard code it for now. I don't know. Whatever. Actually, okay, you know what? I do want to continue this. So script it. So this doesn't actually work that well. So yeah, it goes into this directory and then scripted is like, so I'm gonna assume assumes cvd equals tests. Okay, so this would just be this, and then we got You could do this maybe. No, let's just do this. Script here is current working directory there. Actually, what does PWD say? Is that process working directory, or what does that stand for? Repo root is runic repo root, so we don't have this. We have to do like print env. The thing is, we don't have this either, so it's either gonna be like yeah, we don't have this, but you can do things like env repo root is this. Okay, and then it's like if env repo root is equal to empty string, I guess, then it would be this here, cd. Wait, is this a subshell? Is this a subshell here? Or no? I don't think it's a subshell. Why would it? Scripted was okay. Wait, it's going back? I'm confused. Oh, that's the repo root. Okay, so then we'll just cd and do that. Otherwise, it's gonna be env repo root. Print working there. Okay, print working there. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, just do it. I wish I could tell it what it could exactly, like it was an exact match. So I think this could work. This is probably doesn't work. Unless we trim, we could also trim this later. Actually, let's just echo repo root here. Okay, it's empty. Also, it probably is the wrong directory. You know what? Let's just actually assume is project root. So repo root is that, and script here is repo root / tests. Okay, there we go. Oh shit, what's... Wait, why? Oh man. Okay, well, it might actually be because it's currently doing some tests here. Sure, just go ahead. Go ahead. This is so stupid. I mean, to always run commands that start with this. Okay, but then you can just add anything on top of this. When you finish the language, would you make the interactive shell? Probably not. You know, never say never, but that was, I was pretty explicit in my initial scope that I would not make a shell. I mean, I guess technically we could make, you could make a like a repo, or I mean a REPL version, but that could be one of that could be like an extension later, because now we have like the compiler as well. So it's not as straightforward as it was before, I guess. Yeah, because of the compiler, I'm not actually sure how that would work. Because, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be like if you define like a function or something, you're gonna have to define the whole function before you can actually run that, because otherwise the closure is gonna be messed up. Man, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I'll probably ask AI to do it. Sig format evaluator. I think it's like it's having a lot of struggle with the Zig updates. Yeah. It doesn't understand the Zig version here. What the hell is it doing now? It's trying to figure out what Zig is doing. I don't know. The remaining messages fill in on command ordering. What the hell, man? Okay. I mean, I could probably just enable all commands here, so we don't have to like press allow a million times. They should make a command arg1 arg2 hashtag, so everything after that is a comment and it's secure. Yeah, exactly. Or just have like an exact match and not like, hey, all matches. Or yeah, there's so many ways you can add commands after, so it's gonna be hard to catch all of those. Like if you would allow this command, but then you won't allow like having like and after, or semicolon, or commands inside a string or something after that. Although sometimes that would be okay. There. Oh wow! It actually is done. Implemented quoted standard out redirections in the IR path. The main changes are in AST, parser, compiler, instruction, evaluator, process. Redirects now attached to a live call expression path. Is a dedicated token quote the target is going to interpolate, and the IR runtime opens file syncs in truncate or append mode instead of post-processing captured output. Wow. I also added an end-to-end regression fixture, great, with expected output. Okay, while wiring this up, I hit a non-direction regression in executable called cleanup and fix it so that the existing logical short circuit runtime fixture still pass. Great. Wow, so redirection works now. I mean, it doesn't work for, it works for files, but not for redirection. Okay, let's make a new one. Redirections. Hello into temp. And then get oh hey. Oh my god. It actually works. Okay, thank you, AI. Cool. Okay, so what is okay? Let's. I mean, it should actually have already tested this. but this also works. Awesome. Wow. Great. I mean, okay. To do. Okay, we got redirections. We have file, replace, append mode. And with that, I think, okay, built-in and variable support. There's also like a whole bunch of nice to haves. Like, let's say this one, for example, like defining something or give like in JavaScript, this would be equivalent to something like this, because you would have like this would be a falsy value. If this was empty, it would be falsy, so then you would do this. Or if it's not defined, it's also this operator. Runic doesn't really have that. Runic has or else, but then this would be, I don't know, if we're using printEnv, it would be like an empty string. If we're actually looking into the actual environment variables using the process, we would see it should be null. So then we would actually have that, but we don't have or else, we don't have optional values. And yeah, so I think the or else would probably be the equivalent to that if we want to implement that. Yeah. Also, do you work now? Okay, you do work now. Okay, good. AI works, writes code at work. Yeah. That, I mean, I'm surprised because it had some struggle with the Zig versioning there. So okay, and this thing here, if not command, so we need parentheses. We don't have it then. Oops. We have braces. We don't have exit, I don't think. Yeah, we don't have exit. And okay, we do have this now actually, so you can do this. We don't have this though. Error into 1, and it's checking if this fails. So command v zig into dev. Why would we want the error message is the question. That's strange. Why would we need the error message? Zig is required. I mean, I guess it's like a helpful message, but wouldn't that be outputted anyway? Maybe not. All right. What if I found a path? So this goes into error message. I mean, that's not really necessary, right? We don't have that redirection. Whatever. And then, you know, exit 1. That we don't actually have exit 1. Maybe that's actually necessary to have. Exit. Keyword, or yeah, exit keyword. Maybe that should also be part. Man, it's script cropping, scope creeping. But that would be that. I guess the equivalent would be to do this, but then we don't get the exit part. So exit 1. Yeah, we don't get the exit part here. Actually, yeah. This is not implemented. To do implement exit keyword, because that would like compile into the exit instruction. Although it will be different because it needs to exit like the main process and not the the block here has its own thread, so it needs to exit like the main thread. It's really weird how bash handles the bang. It's its own command. Oh really? Well, in Runic it's just an operator, a unary operator. So we're parsing this bang here as a unary operator, and then we're parsing like a normal expression after that, which parses up until here, because this parenthesis is like a terminating token. So it parses up until here, and this becomes like the operand of the unary expression. So this whole thing here is a unary expression, where this is the operator and this is the operand. But I didn't know that actually. Is Runic on GitHub? Yes, it is. I think I can do this. GitHub. No? Yes? So there's my GitHub, and then you can find Runic in the repositories there. Okay. Exit keyword. Okay, and here's just declaring like a so this is basically running through a bunch of scripts, and it, I guess, is adding them. You know what? I should start another task. But I think I need to go now. But yeah, awesome. We made a whole bunch of progress now. So I just feel like I had such velocity. I don't want to stop right now. But this one would be nice. I think exit keyword is probably what we want to have actually. Next. Okay, great. Now can you add the exit keyword? It's going to be a special instruction that exits the process. So for example, exit 1 would exit the main thread with the process with exit code 1. Do that. Once I learn Zig and get good at it, I may try to contribute to Runic. Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah, anyone is welcome to contribute if they want. You too, Sodoth. Thank you. When do you normally stream? I usually stream, if you subtract like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours from now, that's usually when I start. But it is very variable. Like, it's not guaranteed to be, and also it's basically only on weekdays. Sometimes I stream on the weekends, depending on if I have time or not, if I feel like it. But there's no like set schedule or anything. Okay. I just want to see what the hell is happening in here, because what I'm seeing here is like bash black magic right now. What is this? Is this like how many arguments? numbers represented by numbers. What? How is this the only? Okay, so I guess that is the number of arguments. Okay. If the number of arguments is greater than 0, yeah. Okay. So it's like if you want to pass specific targets, I think is the thing here. What if we don't do that? Then we map file. Is that a thing? No, it's a built-in. Yeah. Map file t runic scripts. This is such. Look at this syntax here. Is this like specific to map file or something? I think this is like some kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. All right, welcome back, Penguin. I'll probably quit here pretty soon. Yeah, that specific command. Okay, you are probably done soon. Map file. So I think this is like, okay, map. Okay, it's actually functional. I didn't know bash was functional. Map file. I don't know what T does. Runic scripts. And then we're passing some kind of, so I think this is like creating like a temporary file descriptor or something. I don't know, I'm not sure. And then it's like, this is what you get here. So CD, it's basically just passing, it's a fancy way of passing in a string to map file, I think, like an argument in here. Okay, so I guess it's looking for, it's runic scripts. What? Is this just a name? Is that like what you bind the name to? Oh. So it's like, this is also what I think is weird with bash. It's like you can create variables. I mean, you could actually make an argument that this is kind of like C, where you put the type first and then the variable name here. I'm just trying to make sense of what's happening here. So we're creating like a thing called runic script, or we're storing it in this variable name. All right, and we are going into the root, okay, and then we're finding tests. Right, great. And then we LCOC, we sort. This is some kind of what is this called? Language. I don't know. Anyway, and then okay. So at the end of this, we would have runic script be a list of an array of the scripts that we need. Are they also like, I don't know if they have absolute paths or whatever. And then this is checking like the number of things in the array. That's actually interesting. Like we should actually make arrays a struct where the first element is the length. Yeah. Then, because they are basic, they're almost like an anonymous struct right now. We could access the length actually. C-line smoke test skip, no runic scripts found under tests. Okay. And that just goes through everything, and yeah, this should all be very doable here. Although this one, absolute path, this is some kind of regex stuff. Base path. Is it removing this? Like until this or something? I don't know. I'm just guessing. There's a command called open bracket in bash. Yeah, I actually am aware of that. That is so weird, but I mean, I think it's just like this kind of weird hacky. That is just how bash is built, in this hacky way. I don't want to bash on bash too much, but yeah, it's kind of funny when you kind of dig into it and see how it actually works. But you know, it is actually impressively fast. You know, when you run it, it is very fast at executing the code. So that points to bash for that. Because if you compare it to Runic is extremely slow. I mean, yeah, I haven't optimized it anything right now, so it's like when you run, you know, let me show you here. When we run like MVP here, you can see it's like it takes a little while for it to do it. I mean, it's not like painfully slow, but you know, it's noticeably slower. You know, bash, it's almost instant here. But also the part of the reason is that we compile and then interpret with a virtual machine that's running like in running the thing, while bash is just interpreting the string like directly. It's like, but there's like other things. Runic, for example, it does like a syntax check, a lexer check, and all that, type check before it actually runs anything. So you know that you're getting a well-defined program when you run it. So that is also a difference there. Okay, let's see, where are we? You're still doing the thing. I have to go very soon here because I'm running out of time here, but so this one we're working on, and this one. I think after these two, I was surprised that redirection went so smoothly. After these two, I will call Runic MVP version complete. And then there's a lot of like nice things that Bash has that would be nice to have, but it requires a little bit of support, like supporting features for us to be able to do it. But it would be really cool if we could get user-defined structs and a standard library, being able to work with types better, like functions fully implemented. Yeah, that would be so cool to have. But I mean, I don't know if we're ever gonna get to that, to be honest. My plan now is just to do these things, stabilize the code base a little bit, clean up like documentation, flesh out the testing, and after that I'm probably gonna leave Runic for a bit. We'll see. But then anyone could pick it up if they want, or not pick it up, but basically like contribute. I will be active, so it won't be like a dead project or anything, if anyone wants to contribute to it. Where are we now? It's still doing things there. Okay, I'm just going through this one here to see. That is just a execution call, so that's fine. Oh yeah, we don't have this. Right, redirecting to standard in, or I mean, this could be replaced by cat, so that's fine. A cat and a pipe. But it would be cool to get this to implement this as well. I should actually add it to do. So, I mean, is it called a redirect? It's not really a redirect. Redirect from file to standard in. Hopefully that doesn't mess with this here. Set plus E. There's something to, I don't even know what this does, but it's something to do with like an error. It enables some kind of error short circuit thing, I think. Make temp, that's just an executable, I think. It's also interesting, like a lot of things in Bash is like, is this an executable or is it a built-in into Bash? A lot of things are both. My home directory has 2 clones of the STL repo for some reason. Okay. Are you a contributor? Running rail path. If we have this file, we run it with the fixture in standard in. I see. The standard in fixture. Ah, right, because we have some things require standard in. I see. Cool. And then it goes out to standard out. And then we actually, you know what? One thing that we can do that Runic actually, or that Bash actually can't, is do this. Like just use standard out temp as a variable or identifier instead of, you know, being a literal string, which is more convenient than if you want to just use an identifier. Although it's actually also different because no, this would just become one argument, I think. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. CD, what are we doing here? Otherwise, we don't have a standard in fixture, so then we don't use one. Okay, cool. Status set E minus E. Okay. If that is not equal to that, then we echo some stuff and we exit. I'm just checking if there's any more like super important features that we need to implement in order to be able to do this here. I don't see it, so that's great. Count. Okay, why do we have a count? I guess because we want to show it later. Okay. So map file is interesting. That is, you know, it would be cool if we could have a way to kind of turn a string into an array. Like, it could be a standard library thing, or it could be just a native built-in thing if you want it to be speedy. Because then you could just say, instead of doing like map file, I'm not even sure what this does, but I mean, obviously we're trying to find these files here, and then it puts it into like a, I guess, a map. What is like, so we get a script. That's just a name. So this would just access the value. This was just a file name. So it's basically an array, right? It doesn't have, it's because a map is, if to me, is like a key and a value. But this seems to only have a value, I think. Okay. So we basically, couldn't we do something like this? Like we could use something like, I mean, we could just use find directly. Put that in a variable, and then like, you know, runic scripts equals, and then put like, do like a block here that goes into there. This will be ripple roots, and then we find tests. Yeah, same thing, but we need to do this. This is also another thing. Like expansions. Does this expand or not expand? Like in root, like, because it's doing it with single quotes. Okay, I see. So that expands, but if you put it in quotes, it doesn't expand. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have expansion at all in runic. Maybe we will have that, because that seems... But it's also one of those things where it's like, if you don't know how it works, it's so weird. I once tried to make an HTML programming language that generates an HTML file with statically typed, but I got bored. Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, now when JSX exists, but it's also pretty cool. I mean, there's so many of the you know, of those for different languages and stuff. Okay, so it would be the same as this here, and then we pipe it into this. We also don't have support for this. That is also the thing. We don't have support for this, so this would basically, we would want to wrap it in bash C. Wait, no. There we go. Yeah, as if we don't have support for something, we can just use bash. That's also true. Okay, but this would result in whatever output is going out in this block here, and the find will output a bunch of, I guess it's line, wait, is this line sort C? What the hell does this mean? What if we don't do this? There's no difference right now. Is there a thing here? No. Sort. Set LCLC to get a traditional sort order that uses native byte values. Why would you need that? Okay, I'm saying that, but I don't really know why. Let's just do sort here. Pretty cool. Alright. Okay, so we can also do this now. So runic eval. Oops, but then we need gonna do that. Yeah, that does the same things. There you go. Awesome. So then runic scripts would be the result of that. And now what would be nice to have is kind of a utility thing that would turn like some kind of you know, white space, or you know, you could maybe you could do, I don't know, parse array, and then you provide the delimiter, and then the this would also be cool if you could just pass this in like this. But actually this would be after, so you would do like parse array. Yeah, that would be really cool if we could do something like this. So you would do like, you would get a list of things, you parse array, you get a whole bunch of, you get a string, you parse array into this. This would be the delimiter, so then you would get an array out. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay, so we got exit now. Great. Okay, I actually have to really go now. But man, the velocity is insane right now. We need the thread arguments. We need those. The question is, how do we actually do that? I'm gonna have to think about this. We probably just want to do args like this. Okay, I'll just say that. Okay, now we need to implement main process arguments that are passed when calling the script with runic. Like this. Runic args.rm test argument. The runic files should that accepts arguments should have the signature of the runic file at the top of the file. Look in IRArgs for an example and use that as a guide to how to implement the feature. Okay, I think that should be enough actually. And I just want to have to press a whole bunch of... I use Arch, by the way. I don't. Yeah, I have used Arch. Was it Arch or which? No, I think it was Gento. That was like if you wanted to install it by from scratch or something like that. Someone on here said that it was a nightmare. I have actually used Gentoo as well, but then I used like the easy install CD or something like that. I also tried to install Linux from scratch at one point, and I got to the point where you had to install a whole bunch of stuff manually, and then you came to some stage where everything is broke, and then I just gave up. I don't know why I found that so fascinating, but I have the shape now. Okay, you're not done yet. Yeah. Okay, so that is essentially math5. We just don't have parse array. That would be really cool to have. And then we also have this one here, if greater than. So we could also do like if the number of arguments, right? So we don't actually have variadic arguments. That's the thing as well. We don't have a variadic arguments. So, I mean, I guess technically you could put in an array of strings. And that would kind of be a variadic number of strings. Targets. If targets.length more than 0, otherwise, oh shit, this is a kind of weird semantic thing. So this pipe, does it target only this block here, or does it target the entire if? It's ambiguous right now. I guess we have to do this. This is possible. You can do this here. We can just wrap it in a parenthesis. So that's good. Because blocks are actually just expressions. So, okay. But if the target is more than 0, then for each target, if it exists, we add it to the script, right? Well, we don't really have dynamic arrays. Oh my god, that's actually... Actually, yeah, we don't have dynamic arrays. Actually, well, yeah. And we don't have filters either. Yeah, that's... Because otherwise we could just say, like, that the result of this would be targets, filter, and then this argument would be like maybe this could be like a function. Which we also don't have the ability to pass yet to functions. But this would be pretty cool, because then we could just pass a function that is like exists, file exists. And then that would be the output there. So the thing is here, like targets is actually, it's an array, right? And then we pipe that, which means that this is like, it's gonna be turned into kind of like a stream of strings that is then outputted. And then this thing is gonna take that output and filter it and then output whatever is coming back. And that in turn will be the result of this. So actually we need to parse that array as well. So actually we're gonna do this here. this whole thing needs to be parsed array. But then the delimiter is interesting though. We could also do like translate this into this. Yeah. Do you have to pass a flag there? I don't think so anyway. Or do you have to pass like S or something? Squeeze repeat? No. Okay. Yeah. Targets filters. Yeah. I mean, that's basically what we're doing here, right? Although this thing is doing... Okay, it's getting the relative address as well. I see. Yeah, okay. So it's like... Because we have the relative address. Or is it turning it into an absolute address? I mean... so if it doesn't exist... No, if this exists, then we just add it. Okay, I see. If it doesn't exist, it's an we exit. Okay, cool. So how do we catch that here? It's like we could do if target's length is less. No. Wait. No, we can't actually. Yeah, that's gonna be weird. Yeah, TR is like replacing all instances of space with. In this case, all instances of space with new lines. Okay, but I actually really have to go now. So yeah, but yeah, thank you very much for watching, and we got a lot of stuff done today, and I'll continue. Probably will very soon be done with this whole thing. And yeah, very cool, because now it feels like we have like such velocity. We're just adding a bunch of features, so that is really nice. And hopefully after like a stabilization pass, it's gonna be way easier to add new stuff as well. I probably won't do a optimization pass or anything like that, but yeah, anyway, that's gonna be it for this time. So have a nice day, and thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you later.